another thing with this other NPC, I forget, he's like a boy, and he's like talking to his sister. But what he says to her,
I totally missed that.
What he says to her is, "You look just like Yuna," and she looks nothing like Yuna.
Example of like, don't do what they did. See, their city's blown up, and look at it. You can see the ruins. Let me tell you how this happened, and who knows if it's accurate or not. Like, this is why it happened. Okay, sure. Like, and there may be more or less levels of truth to what they say, but there's almost always more to the story than this one thing. This is why it happened, right? It could have just been an accident. Although building your city over a river, you're betting on zero accidents. So just the hubris of doing it in the first place, and then even if one accident happens, it's like, well, yeah. I mean, come on, you guys aren't perfect, right? Yeah. But this is a Sodom and Gomorrah story. This is the equivalent to Sodom and Gomorrah in the religion of Yevon, right? Yeah. This is what happens. Yeah. So it also could be a flood narrative, as the waters may have risen to engulf the city in a way they didn't expect, right? But for all we know, in Final Fantasy X, those stories may not be purely fictional. But my point is, it doesn't have to tell the whole truth, right? Yeah. It could be an element here and there. But I still have the question of if a foolish man builds his house on the sand, what does that say about the person who builds their house over a river?
On water.
And if building your house on water isn't so wise, then these people built it in the air above the water. Like, it's not even a floating city. It's in the air. Yeah. Above water. Like, I don't know. I mean, we're levels of the absence of wisdom at this point. So, like,
hubris.
Right? Yes, and in many respects, it's like, okay, you can agree with Waka to an extent, but that doesn't mean that the dogma that he's been taught is 100% true, right? Sure. And that also doesn't mean that Titus was right in his response either. I just think there's a lot more to it than that.
Yeah. So this is where the Al-Bhed show up and kidnap Yuna. And drag her underwater.
They just like hop up and pull her down super
and so,
fast.
Again, only Titus and Waka fight in this battle underwater, right? They dive down to save her, just the two of them, because they're the only ones trained to fight underwater, or to hold their breath that long. Did you notice anything about this boss you fight, the machine?
Jeez. I mean, I probably should have, but no.
It's the same machine that you fought on the Al-Bhed ship earlier. And it's
same machine?
Bandaged up.
So it was that same machine earlier.
Machine
oh my gosh!
Because
I thought Titus was looking around the ship and was like, I don't know if it's the same ship or not. Yeah. And his conclusion was it was not.
Yes.
But it was.
Well, at least this machine that he fought was the same machine.
Was the person in the machine the same person?
I don't know if it was piloted by the same person or not.
That is funny, dude.
But it would be. I would think so.
I would think so too. I for some reason I didn't quite connect that.
Because she's involved in this plan to kidnap the summoners. Yes. As an Al-Bhed.
That could easily have been her in the previous.
Anyways, this is something some people brought up for the last episode we uploaded, which was was it 4 or 5 we uploaded just now?
5.
5.
Yeah, because this will be 7.
There were people commenting on how the reason the Al-Bhed kidnapped Yuna was not just about the ransom for the Blitzball game, right? And I was trying to say,
I know, but we're not
revealing things before they get to them. Yes. When they're revealed, we'll circle back to it and then fill in the details and analyze it. But we're just not going to spoil it first.
Yes.
So, anyways, the concern there was, but I guess this is just maybe like just a first playthrough kind of thing. No, this is a deep analysis. We're just going to get to those points
just analyzing
when
the story
it's revealed.
As it's revealed, yes.
Not before so.
And that's funny how you get to episode 5 and think this is a blind analysis, but whatever. The fact that they've come back again frees us up to at least explore the possibility that this is not about Blitzball. Right?
No.
Clearly, they're kidnapping for a separate reason.
Yes.
And it's not just about Blitzball.
And they've really been hammering that point now a few times along the path. Isaru and the Ronzo, and now that's happening here.
Someone is making summoners disappear.
The Al-Bhed are capturing and kidnapping summoners.
Yes. Why?
We don't know why yet.
We don't know.
But we're leading to this.
It's a blind playthrough. We don't know. We don't know what's going on. We have no idea. I never played this game before, have you?
Oh my goodness, dude. Yes, so there is an alternate reason. We just hadn't learned that yet. And we will explain that and do more in-depth analysis on that point when you learn it.
Yes,
it doesn't have to happen, during the Blitzball tournament in Luca. So, anyways, you swim down there, you fight the thing. It's the same Machina thing from earlier. It's kind of funny because they just have like bandages on it and things like that. They just go like
I did notice that, but
together, right?
Oh, I should have made that connection.
It's kind of funny.
That's great.
And she is held in like a little sphere, so she's it's like protecting
technically
her so
outside
she can
of
breathe.
Yeah.
And anyways, you fight that thing and you rescue her and you go back and Waka's just complaining about the Al Bhed again, just, what are they doing,
Not really in his defense, though.
Sure.
Like, they are kidnapping the most important person in all of Spirit. So it's like, okay, maybe what's wrong with you people, right?
Yeah. He kind of takes it to this level that makes everyone uncomfortable. They're all kind of silent as he's sitting there just continuing to talk about it. I think he uses a term. So it's not just that he's... It's not just that he's mad that they've done what they've done. He says something about those sand rat something or other.
Yes, there's a specific like a slur.
Slur for Al Bhed that he uses.
Yeah.
And everyone gets...
I think it was Mudblood. I think that was
everybody gets really uncomfortable about that. And this is where Titus notices, specifically Yuna, really uncomfortable about this.
Yes.
And so he tries to calm him down. And, hey, what's the point of complaining about it now? Like, just kind of let it go.
Yeah.
As long as we're here, we're do our job, she's going to be fine. Like, and he gets him to kind of shut up about it. And
she
Yuna mouths thank you to him, right?
Yeah.
For getting him to stop being racist towards Al Bhed for a moment.
No, but it's weird. But having just been, for all we know, having just been almost killed by somebody, there's obviously other things going on at this point.
Sure.
But it's an interesting situation. Yeah. It's just really funny. It's like, okay, I don't know. I don't know that it's so...
that he's necessarily completely unjustified in being upset.
Yes, and I don't know that Yuna is the way that she's like, oh, thank you, that was ridiculous. It's like, they almost killed you. You know that, right?
Yes.
But like, I know. But because we meet Ryuko like right away. So it's like, okay, Ryuko was not trying to kill Yuna. But for all the player knows, she was.
Waka knows, specifically.
And for all Waka knows.
Yeah.
But also the player, specifically, the player... It's a strange scene when things haven't been revealed yet.
Yes.
To see Yuna being like, come on, gosh, Waka, can you get him to please shut up about how those people just tried to kill me and how they're so bad people? It feels strange to the player, and I do like that you learn something pretty quickly away.
I think,
like, I don't know, there's something
how
weird.
I would explain it is this. Like, he's generalizing every Al Bhed for being this kind of thing. And maybe the thing they're uncomfortable about is maybe there is some splinter Al Bhed group who's doing this summoning, kidnapping stuff. But to paint the entire Al Bhed like this
fair enough.
Is the uncomfortable part.
Given that it's her father or
her
mother?
Uncle,
her
Sid,
uncle.
Yeah.
Yes, but was it her father or mother who was
her mother? Her mother was Al Bhed. Yes.
Yeah, because her father was Braska. So her mother is Al Bhed. Yes. And so him generalizing is what made her uncomfortable because he was talking about her mother.
Right.
That makes a lot more sense.
Yes.
Although she literally just survived being killed and maybe shouldn't be so worried about how mean he was to the people who tried to kill her.
I think, at least to the way I read it, was they got uncomfortable when he used the Al Bhed slur.
The slur,
not so much about the... I can't believe these people, they just tried to kidnap Yuna. That part of it, I feel like they were more or less understanding about. It's when he used that, I can't remember what he said, something about sand rats, something or other.
Yes, yeah.
That they all shut up.
They were like, all right, dude, stop it.
Yeah, right.
Fair enough, that makes sense. That helps it fit in my mind a little bit better. Real quick, there was one more thing I had to say about the city that was built over the river.
Yes.
That's a great story. Like, that really would make a good Bible story. It really would.
Yeah.
But here's the thing, and forgive my pro-Yevon musings for a moment here, but I believe somebody says, and possibly Lulu, because we ask, what'll happen if you guys use Machina again? Like, what's the big deal? And the answer is that war will rage again if they use Machina. That's technically correct.
Yes.
So the machines were about to destroy the world.
Yes.
And when it comes to Japanese telling stories about technology destroying the world, understand that nuclear bombs are a big part of the Japanese history and what they mean when they talk about this kind of stuff. Like, a lot of times the nuclear bomb is so present in their culture and in their minds that when they're talking about machina being used to destroy the world, like, yeah, nuclear bombs, right?
We're going to be talking about Nausicaa
yes.
right after this.
Once again. Oh, on Patreon.
Yeah,
subscribe on Patreon if you want to hear our thoughts on Nausicaa Valley of the Wind. But war will rage again, and it will destroy the world if they use Machina again. Yeah. It's like a catch-22. They're in this rigid world where they're under the authoritarian thumb of a theocracy. But at the same time, if they try to use machines to overcome their current situation, it will escalate to the point where nuclear bombs will start annihilating everyone again, like all over again. Like, it's likely correct that would happen, given that it was previously about to happen, it seems, right? So they're technically right about
at least in
I
the
just
version,
wanted to kind of throw that out there. Like, there's some nuance here.
At least in the version of history they've been told.
Yes.
So you get off on the other side.
Yeah.
And
we're off the shoe puff now, right?
Off the shoe puff. You're kind of traveling towards Guado Salam.
Yeah.
And you meet Riku along the way. She's just laying there on the freaking shore.
And somehow we saw her before anyone else.
Yeah. Titus is kind of in the lead, I guess.
She's in her Albed getup.
I love how his first thing he says to her, lying there on the ground, "You're not dead." This is really funny.
Oh my gosh.
And she's like, "No thanks to you," kind of a thing, right?
Yes. And it's like, you tried to kill me. He's
what
like,
are you talking about? I didn't try to kill
anything.
You. And she reveals she was piloting the machina that they fought that had kidnapped Yuna.
It's like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Yeah, it's like, oh, you attacked us, right? I think.
And she goes, oh.
And then she says, it wasn't what he thought. It's not what you think.
Yeah,
we weren't trying to harm her.
Yes,
right?
that's what she says. Because he's like, you were trying to kill her. They're like, no, we weren't. It's all a misunderstanding. Which is like, who would believe that? But everyone believes it. So anyway.
Yeah. So at that moment, I mean, Titus is kind of caught between a rock and a hard place. Because it's
their people are coming.
I like you.
Yes.
You were my friend who helped me.
Yes.
But you just told me you tried to kidnap Yuna. And all of these people, if they hear that,
they're guardians of Yuna.
So, like, what do I do?
Yes.
Right? So he's kind of flustered.
Well, she takes off her outfit.
Yeah.
Right? And I guess puts it far away to where no one sees it, because it's Albed insignia.
It would look like Albed get up. Yeah.
And
she does kind of have her goggles, like, draping on, like, around her neck, which is kind of funny. But
there are a ton of questions, but at the same time, they are addressed, which makes me wonder. I can't remember exactly where they go with this. But Titus does say, he points out, he goes, I don't know why Waka didn't realize
he couldn't tell
she was an
Riku was an Albed.
And because that's what I was saying. I was like, how does Waka not know? If you're racist, you like know the thing.
Yeah.
It's not just you can't be racist against an abstract principle. You're racist against phenotypes, like specific things that are manifest physical things. But he doesn't know an Albed when he sees one. He
doesn't know one.
And so, it's confusing, but Titus does bring it up. Titus says, I didn't understand why Waka didn't realize that she was an Albed.
Yeah. So there's a couple things to this.
I'm getting ahead of myself here.
A couple things to this. Because, like he explains, Titus explains right away, oh, this is Riku.
She helped me.
Well, first he's like, she's an Albed. He like almost blurts it out.
Yeah.
She's an Albed.
And then catches himself.
How Waka does not pick up on this is beyond me.
It's like, what's the first thing he says? She's an Albed. Fetch. It was really funny.
Oh, I love that. That is great. That is so funny.
But Waka, and then he goes on to say, oh, she saved me, and like before I met you, she was the one who rescued me. And his response to her after hearing that is incredibly telling. Like, he says, wow, so you owe her your life. What luck meeting you here, yeah?
Yeah.
Praise be to Yevon, and he does the whole thing.
Of course.
So Riku, you look a little beat up. Are you okay? He's like all concerned. Yeah. He doesn't realize she's
all of the signs are there.
So the way he's treating her is like his normal happy-go-lucky Waka self, not his racist Waka self.
Yes.
So
But is he really racist though? He doesn't know what an Albed even is.
Well, here's the thing, and I guess we kind of touched on this earlier. As I was trying to figure out like what's the difference physiologically between an Albed and the other people that makes them a different race.
Something about eye color.
It's not just eye color. Did you notice? Because when
Auron.
when the girls pull Riku aside to talk, right?
And she does her thing, her weird,
Yuna
Oh, yeah.
asks Auron whether or not Riku can be a guardian.
Yes, she wants, right away, she wants her to come
And
in.
notice what Riku is doing. She's not making eye contact with him. She's turning, she's kind of turning her eyes away
And
from
Auron
Auron.
specifically says,
And
look
Auron
at me.
says, look at me.
Yeah.
And then you see her eye. The eye isn't just green, there's a spiral like little symbol or formation in her eye.
I never saw that.
Let me pull up the scene so you can see.
Does
what I'm
she
talking
never
about.
look at Waka? Like ever?
Well, I don't know if he knows, because Albed always wearing goggles. I don't know if he knows that is like a
So he's racist
thing.
against goggle-wearing
Yes,
individuals,
because
not
that's
necessarily
what he thinks Albed are.
I mean, fair enough. That's a good answer, actually.
Right?
That's a good response.
Okay, hold on. Final Fantasy.
So he's never
10,
actually seen an Albed before. He
like
just sees
their
the goggle
eyes
people.
or their face.
Those goggle people.
So, yeah. So he just looks at them like, I don't know, sand people or something.
Right.
With
So
like
you could probably imagine
the
that
costume is almost like what,
Yeah.
right?
You could almost imagine what he is imagining is behind those goggles. Like the horrible monstrosity that the Albed are hiding behind their suits and goggles that he is imagining isn't just a person like him.
Yes. Right. So, okay, here it is. We'll just
But
watch it real quick.
my point still is that he doesn't know.
It's funny to me that she has goggles draped around her neck and he doesn't recognize that.
And
Now,
those are Albed
the
goggles.
most telling thing
Yes.
about Albed
Is the goggles.
The costume of Albed
Yes.
is the goggles. And she's got goggles around her neck. She also seems to have a gun holster on her freaking leg. But anyway, so I think that's indicative of Albed, physiology, but also you're in a world called Spira,
Yes.
right?
So the spiral is reflected in her eye. There's probably
Something to that.
something to that. I have to think about that
Yeah.
a little. But how come how come other people know about what the Albed look like behind
But
their
Waka
goggles?
doesn't know that.
Except for the one who
Who's
is
the most racist
the
towards
most
them.
upset with them and probably has researched all about their hideous blasphemies and heresies because they killed his brother.
My thought
Or
on
not,
that,
I mean, I'm just guessing.
My thought on that is sometimes the reason behind why you hate something is
It's
I
not
don't know,
logical,
so
it's not
shallow
rational.
or so that
Sure.
it's just the idea of the thing.
Right, as opposed to the
itself.
thing itself. Yeah.
And so he probably honestly hasn't like spent a lot of time studying about Albed culture.
I mean, I
Right, 'cause-
doubt there are books on that.
Because it's the fear of a thing
Right. So
that
then you
makes you
avoid it.
hate it, right?
Right.
But like when you actually ingratiate yourself and learn more about it,
Then you
it
become reasonable.
dispels
Yeah.
the illusion and like right. It's the thing you don't
Yes.
know that you fear.
Yes,
The
yes,
more
yes.
you learn about it, the less you would fear it.
So maybe he's doing this on purpose. He's purposefully keeping his distance
Yeah.
from knowing anything about them so that he can hate them with his full
Yeah,
spirit.
and that could be a subconscious exercise. Even,
Sure,
but,
I wouldn't say he's doing it on purpose.
but I think it's likely that Waka hasn't learned anything about the Albed,
Okay.
which leads to why he's so fearful of them
Okay.
and why he hates them.
Fair enough. I like that.
So to me, that can help make sense of how he might not know this thing that Auron would know, and that he's not paying that much attention to it. He just assumes you're not an Albed because I don't see the costume on you, therefore I like you, and he just doesn't think that hard
I mean,
about it.
he's not like the deepest thinker.
Yes.
He's just kind of a go with the flow kind of guy. So, all right.
Which is, anyway. Okay, so this is kind of the end of where we said we were going to play to this week.
I said, I wrote down, I don't think the word racism is quite right. He's prejudicial, that's for sure, but he's more of an anti-Bedite. It's more like anti-Beditism than actual racism.
true
But
racism.
you're right that there is maybe something technical about the phenotypes and the physiology that
Make them a different
make
race.
it a race technically. I don't know.
Yeah. I like how when they announced that Riku's going to be the new guardian, that Waka says, well, I'm all for it. The more the merrier.
Hey, right.
And that's where Titus says it was strange. Even though Waka had always hated the Al Bhed, he never realized Riku was one of them, right? So, really good stuff. And that's going to kind of continue to build as we keep going on. There's a lot more to get to with that. But that's where we decided to stop for this week. So,
yep.
Let's just,
Salam next.
Let's just respond to maybe a couple comments and then do a very short spoiler discussion, because there was just, I think, just two things we had touched on that we want to explain a little bit more of. So let me pull up some comments from, this would have been episode 5 comments we're responding to here. There were a couple that you already brought up. Were there any that you saw that you really liked?
Oh, yeah, there were a bunch, but it would take me a minute. First off, somebody mentioned we missed a cutscene in episode 5.
Go back and look at Dude McGuy's comment on episode 5, because there is an optional scene that we miss that he talks about there, and he has a link to it in his comment, so you can go watch that if you missed it. And you can kind of read what some people are saying there. So we'll maybe circle back to this later. But yeah, that was a good comment. It's one of the highest rated comments on the, so it should be pretty high up in terms of its order.
Yeah.
So yeah, go look for that one. Sindanez Duskwind is talking about how the hooded child appears in some of the other flashbacks from earlier. In particular, the scene where Titus's mom is telling him, "Oh, why do you hate your dad so much? You know, if he dies, then you'll never have a chance to tell him that." You know, that little thing. The hooded boy is also there in the background. So he's always there, it seems.
Yes, he's been there for a long time.
Yeah, so that was an interesting thing to point out. Oh, we got this a couple times, so I'll bring this up. Talking about the we're not taking chances thing.
Okay.
Well, okay, so what the other person had said, but there were many people who brought this particular point up, was that they're not taking chances that the Al Bhed will actually keep their word. That they'll actually give Yuna back. Especially in light of what we know that the Al Bhed are doing when kidnapping. Yes.
Intentions, yeah.
Yes. So we're not going to take any chances that they will actually give Yuna back to us if we lose the game.
That makes sense in light of things you've learned later.
Yes.
It's less apparent right at that point in the game, yeah.
I guess if they had introduced the idea, summoners are disappearing, be careful, before that scene, like, they could have put that together. Maybe they're the ones, I don't know. Jeremy Mac 18. Lulu says if they're only blitzball players, I doubt they do anything drastic, but we shouldn't take our chances. Let's go get her. So contextually, it makes sense to take the chance, to not take the chance of underestimating how far the Sykes are willing to go. Anyway, actually, that actually wasn't the one.
That makes sense. So
anyways, there was just a bunch of people who brought that up.
Cool.
Okay,
good
we got to move into spoilers now, because it's just impossible to read comments without spoilers. Everyone likes to spoil this game in the comments. So, I will put where to play up to next time in the pinned comment. So look there for that.
Okay.
See you guys next week. And now to spoiler section.
Peace out, spoilers.
There were two things we brought up in the body of the podcast I wanted to touch on. One was
at the temple, right?
At the temple of Jose.
Jose Temple. The symbol of the Fireflies is there, and you guys can find it in the Besaid Temple. And it looks like this root structure. These roots and these sort of thorny, but slightly jagged, but also a little bit curvy roots that produce this special thing called electricity. And it comes from the Fireflies, right?
Yes.
And the Fireflies are what power the world, right? And it comes from the roots that turn the Fireflies to electricity. It's this root system that kind of does it, right? That creates the electricity from the Fireflies. But Fireflies are used as energy, and that is the far plane, right? So if we're in spoilers, I guess I can just come out and say it.
Yeah.
But looking at the design of Seymour's long flowing robe in the back, you see the jaggedness and the curves and the look of the root system that is associated with Fireflies in the far plane, right?
And the Guado Salam is where the far plane is at.
And Guado Salam, which has those same roots growing all over, right? It's that tree symbol. But the other Guado tend not to actually have that on them. It's just Seymour. And the other character who has that, other than Titus and Jack, have something that looks like it with the J, with the symbol, you know. But they've got a special thing going on in terms of whether they really exist or not.
Yeah.
But so it's still related, but it's not the same. The other character who has that symbol on them is Auron.
Yes.
On Aron's shoulder, he's got that root.
Those are the two
firefly symbol.
characters who are actually fiends.
So it's crazy.
Yeah.
It's crazy, but they do give you this hint. If you can connect the roots from the far plane with the fireflies that provide the electricity and power, and realize that that symbol for the fireflies, which represent the far plane, is on two specific characters that happen to be revealed later on to be dead people, to be fiends coming from the far plane to rule or to do whatever they want to do, I guess.
Yeah, they weren't ready to pass yet.
No, but they have that symbol on them. And that was so intentionally put there by the artist. And it's really cool because it's an eerie similarity that Aron and Seymour have together with each other. That's like they don't want to have anything to do with each other other than that.
This brings up a question for me. When Yuna's doing all of her sending, why is Aron not sent?
So Aron isn't present when she does, because I actually already finished the game with my wife.
Yeah.
So I've done that, and I'm going back now, and I'm
So he wasn't in the party at Kilika.
He was not there
for that
for
sending.
Kilika.
But she's doing sending on the beach in Mihen.
He is standing at a safe distance. Anytime she does a sending, it's actually pretty clear he
like
is
really
purposefully
far away.
Getting away from that. Because
do you see-
there's a point later where she tries to send Seymour, and Aron is like, peace out.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So they make a point to make sure Aron is...
Yes, they make a point
at a
to
safe
ensure
enough distance
that
that he won't
Aron
get
is
sent.
not anywhere near there, right?
Yeah.
Aron is quite separate from wherever she does her sendings. That was an interesting touch. But yeah, I like that symbol's there. I like even more that symbol is present at the Besed Mandala, which I will get into later because it's at two places in the Besed Mandala, and it's very meaningful there. It's very cool.
This guy, James Bevan, is talking a little bit about why he thinks Lulu is so disrespectful to Waka publicly but not privately, right?
Yeah.
He says, she loves Waka but doesn't want to admit it to anyone or even herself because it may look disrespectful to Chapu's memory. So he thinks that maybe she has some feelings towards Waka, and she doesn't like that fact, right? By putting Waka down in front of everyone and praising Chapu, she's reinforcing that denial, if that makes any sense. I've seen it firsthand in real life, so that's how I looked at it anyways.
Interesting.
It could be. I can't remember if in Final Fantasy X-2 anything ends up developing. I almost forgot everything about the freaking story of X-2.
I only know this due to the comments section, but yeah, her and Waka are together in Final Fantasy X-2.
Oh, they are?
Yeah.
Oh,
according
okay, so
to a comment that I read. I have not played X-2.
Oh, that was what I was wondering, because I wanted to say that, but then I started checking myself, but maybe I'm wrong. Okay, yeah, so that's a good way to look at it. She's developing feelings for Waka, or has, and she feels guilty because that's Chapu's brother. It's kind of an awkward thing.
Yeah.
Makes total sense that she would try to do that to reinforce it to herself.
Totally.
This one comes from Sean. He says, commenting again because I just finished the video. Great podcast as always, guys. To touch on the parallels of Yuna and Titus again, like I mentioned in episode 3 of the podcast, I'll try to stay away from spoilers in this. But the journey that Titus and Yuna go on together is so interesting because of the whole point of the pilgrimage and the end goal of it. What Yuna goes through at the price she ultimately is willing to pay to give Spira's people happiness even for a short while is exactly the price Titus pays to achieve that ultimate goal. Again, no spoilers, but for those who know, you know what I'm talking about. Yuna being reborn as a summoner parallels Titus' rebirth into Spira, and what's crazy is that whole parallel. Titus playing the fool in a fool's journey while Yuna plays the hero. Ultimately, they are two sides of the same coin, much like the whole sun and moon motif. There are so many parallels between Titus and Yuna, it's no wonder why they end up together, and I would love to hear you talk about them at the end of the podcast when everything is out in the open.
I like that. There was that was mentioned that as soon as Yuna was becoming a summoner is when Titus was brought to Spira, right? Mm-hmm. And they both kind of had their moment where they, came back into a world reborn as a new thing together at the same time, without knowing it.
Yeah. One thing that I think is interesting on that point about her perspective is because she knows she's going to die, she could almost want a romantic connection because it's like the last chance she'll have at this.
Interesting.
It's another reason why I think Lulu might have been okay with allowing Titus to go on if she knows that Yuna likes Titus, because it's for her sake to have a budding romance before
Fair
her
enough.
death.
Yeah, I like that.
Gosh, there's so many comments, man. I wish I could get to them, guys. I really do. I'm just sitting here scrolling down. It's just more and more and more. And we have so many people who are like really thoughtful. They're leaving these really thoughtful comments. And I wish we could make more time to like respond to more of them. I'm still doing it. I'm still scrolling down. There's still more. It's just crazy.
Well, I freaking love how engaged people are with this. And, I was active, at least on the first day the podcast went up. I was responding to comments, and I read them all. I'm going to go back and read them all again because I love how there's a lot of really creative people in the comments and a lot of really good ideas. And every now and then there's something that we missed. And so I really value the comments that you guys are putting in there. They're really good.
I'm sorry, I'm laughing because I just saw one that I hadn't seen yet from Howling Sphinx. Mike, the Roman Empire hasn't been around for a long time. He's trying to connect the how Donna like went really, really quickly into the next sentence, right? So like, you believe the Roman Empire hasn't been along for a while. Case and we're leaving. You believe which one? Case and we're leaving.
I love that.
It's funny stuff.
Oh, that's great.
Anyways, it's just endless. There's just so many, so many comments. And we really appreciate them. So,
we do. It's awesome. And we read them all. We just can't call attention to them in the episode.
Every time. Okay,
not all of them.
The bottom.
A couple of them. Take a jump. Now open all the replies. Like click show more.
By the time that we would have gotten to the end, not responding to any along the way, it would have just been, man, it would have felt like so many people didn't get a chance to like say what they want to say. So we're trying our best is what I'm trying to do.
We are.
We got to talk about Nazca now.
We do.
Peace out.
Subscribe on Patreon if you want to see it.
If you want to see it. Peace out. See ya. Thing with this other NPC, I forget, he's like a boy and he's like talking to his sister. But what he says to her,
I totally missed that.
What he says to her is, "You look just like Yuna," and she looks nothing like Yuna. And Waka is saying that Chapu looks just like Titus, and he looks nothing like Titus. So these people's like definition of what it means to look just like someone is extremely loose.
Yes. And I'm trying to think of
you have arms and legs? You look just like my brother.
and hair and eyes. Yeah, so...
What's up? Welcome back to the State of the Ark podcast. My name is Mike.
My name is Kaysen.
Last time we left off right as we entered Guado Salam.
Yes.
There's a lot to cover in this place. There's so much sort of lore packed into here. We got the far plane.
Yes. Or like a projection of the far plane. Yeah.
And Fireflies and Seymour's past and the Guado and the humans.
The Guado in general. Like, what's their deal, right?
Whole lot going on here. So we're probably going to end up splitting this into 2 episodes. I had originally thought we'd get up through the Makalania Temple and finish the boss there. I'm starting to think that's probably not going to happen. We are going to do a little shorter episodes this time for 2 reasons. 1, there's kind of a lot of things going on behind the scene, but 2, I'm actually recovering from a pretty intensive medical procedure that happened this week. I am not comfortable at all. Yeah. So we'll see how long I can go here. But anyway, so sorry about that. The next 2 weeks will be maybe a little shorter, but we'll get back to speed after that. So, since we're on the timer, let's just hit it up.
Okay.
You enter Guado Salam, and you're met there by Trummel Guado, I think his name is. He's like the advisor or butler of Seymour.
The butler.
He tries to like grab Yuna and be like, "Come, he's waiting for you."
Yes.
And they're like, "What are you doing? Like, stop! Who are you?" Right? I was like, "Oh, I'm sorry." He explains himself. Seymour's waiting for you at his manor. Come and speak to him, kind of. Thing.
Do the Guado remind you of the Shumi a little bit from Final Fantasy VIII?
I didn't make that connection.
You didn't? They got those big hands.
Oh, the big hands.
Right? They got big hands.
That's true.
And they've got those robes, and there's it's mostly the hands.
The hands are definitely. I didn't make that connection.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's funny. It's interesting to look at the Guado too. They have long arms, meaning they can reach far. Right. They have big hands, meaning they can hold and manipulate things and objects. Just like a big head would imply intelligence or pride.
Sure,
Big
yeah.
hands means they have hands places. They're doing things.
Hands
like
in things.
in things, yeah. They have their hands in situations. Long legs mean quick and efficient travel, whatever. Long arms and big hands imply reach and ability to manipulate, right?
Yeah.
And it also means strength. If I were to say that Henry Ford had a big hand in the invention of the assembly line, telling you
Yeah, right.
the size of Henry Ford's hands are big.
Yes,
Henry,
right.
Henry Ford, right? It was Henry
Yeah,
Ford.
Henry Ford.
Anyways, so the Guado live amongst the trees and nature. Their hair's green. They have like elf ears. There's only a few people who you actually see their ears, but they're pointy. They're pointy elf ears. So they're like a nature type, like almost like Ents, right? They're like little tree beard people.
They're like a combination of an Ent and an elf.
Yes.
In this world.
But so their hair's green, signifying a oneness with nature, though in seeming defiance of that nature, they are the most clothed people in the entire game. All the way, like wrist to neck to ankles, well, feet, I don't even see their feet, like all the way. They're completely covering up their bodies.
I was actually talking about this on the streams that I do with the patrons. Like, you know, looking at Seymour's design over the years, I've always been distracted by his hair and his face and things like that.
Yeah.
And I had never actually looked at his hands that closely.
Oh, yes.
Partially
I've
because
been
they're
looking at that.
partially covered by his sleeves anyways.
Yes, yeah.
But that was when I looked at it and went, oh, now he looks a lot less human to me, now that I've seen his
it's the
hands.
But it's almost like the sleeves are covering, it's like he's kind of trying to cover up his Guado-ness.
Yeah.
It's like he doesn't really love the Guado part of him.
Yeah.
Something gives me that vibe a little bit. Also, then I have, the Guado are the most clothed people in the game. Now, some people in the comments have mentioned here and there about whether or not we will comment on how clothed certain people are in a positive or negative light, right? But it's important to understanding characters as well. Like as you mentioned before, with the way that Donna's dressed might actually imply something to her character as opposed to just the surface level thing. So I still feel like it's important to call out. Seymour, it's funny because he's half Guado and he is the least clothed of all the
He's
Guado.
got like open bare chest.
Yes, he shows more of his nature, you can say. And that almost seems like a rejection of the Guado culture because clothing is culture, right? You put the robes on you, that's the culture of wherever you're from that you're endowing yourself with, right? So the Guado never show anything but their hands and head. That's it. So they're at one with nature, but they're also entirely clothed in culture, revealing very little of their own nature. So Seymour being only half Guado, he is like Yuna, and he's mixed race. And with that, in the artist rendition comes conflict, right? He's got one foot in each world, and that kind of shows in his appearance as well.
Yeah.
The idea of having big hands, this is an interesting thing. This is a big thing in Korea. It's not as big a thing in Japan, but it's still a thing, right? To comment on the size of someone's hands is also to say that they are generous, right? Say, you have very big hands, right? This person has big hands. That would be a way of implying that they're very generous as well. So anyways, there's a lot going on here, but those are my initial thoughts on seeing the Guado here and the notes I took down.
Nice. Yeah, so before going into the manor, I kind of stopped by in the little inn sort of section and talked to Machen over there.
Yeah.
You get some really interesting details about the far plane and fireflies from his perspective or from what he knows, right? So to kind of like briefly summarize, the far plane is essentially like the afterlife of the world of Spira.
Yes, like their spirit world.
Yeah, and we'll actually get to go there or see a projection of it.
A projection, that's important, yeah.
But what he says about fireflies in particular is really interesting to note. So I want to read what he says here. He says, they may be called fireflies, and these are, of course, the little lights we've been talking about.
Yeah,
that
the
sort
little
of float
fairies.
around, right?
Yeah.
They may be called fireflies, but they aren't really flies, you see. They're those lights you see whenever a fiend dies. The little fellows are responsible for a few fantastic phenomena. Visions of the past, spheres, and we're going to learn more about spheres today too.
Yeah, this episode.
Fiends, these are all the fireflies doing. In fact, fireflies have something to do with aeons too. The dreams of the faith reach through the spirit of the summoner, and that which is unreal becomes real for all to see.
It becomes realized. So the Fireflies are realizing agents of the abstract, like ideal, unseen, invisible world becomes realized through the Fireflies. They like meet. They're the earthly substance that meets the abstract and then like concretizes it, realizes it.
Now this is something that if this is your first time playing the game, really important to understand about the nature of aeons.
Yeah.
In order to understand this game by the time you're done playing it.
Okay.
Because maybe you've played other Final Fantasy games or other RPGs where you summon things and it's like maybe this is coming from some other plane.
Yes.
Or something like that.
Exactly.
Aeons in the world of Final Fantasy X are more like an abstract concept, something that is unreal, that is made real through the Faith and Summoners and Fireflies. The three of them have a relationship.
This is the idea of a symbol, right? So you have the two sides of a thing, but then the symbol's like the thing in the middle that connects them.
Yes.
Right? That's the Fireflies.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I'll read this part again. The dreams of the Faith. Actually, let me start one sentence back. In fact, Fireflies may have something to do with aeons too. The dreams of the Faith reach through the spirit of the summoner, and that which is unreal becomes real for all to see.
I love it.
So that is how the description of the process of summoning an aeon is described by Machen. And that's going to be important to understand, right? It's not maybe like a summoning in the sense that you're used to in other fantasy worlds or something like that. So I just want to point that out. Just understand that's how summoning works in this game. Okay?
Cool.
All right. As for the far plane, let me see if there's anything there I want to mention right now.
I didn't go there until after we met with Seymour.
Yeah, I'm just going to describe what it is.
Oh, I see. Yes.
So let me just read what the wiki says about it. The far plane is a location in the world of Spira in Final Fantasy X. An underworld, it is the gathering place for the dead. Spirits enter the far plane either after they've been sent by one of the summoners or a sender, or after they have accepted their death. Those not sent to the far plane may remain on the mortal plane as an unsent or fiends. Both types able to send themselves by fulfilling a purpose failed to do in life. So
it's very Japanese, by the way, with their idea of what a spirit is, right?
Yeah.
What a mamono is something that, the spirits, they linger here and they can be sent or they can accept their fate and go on. Otherwise, they stay on Earth. That's a very Shinto kind of thing. By the way, I said the word mamono. That's the word they use for fiend.
Oh.
In Japanese.
Okay.
Do you remember mamono? Do you remember me saying that word?
Yes.
In Nier Automata, those are shades.
Yes.
Now, and remember what I said about the word, where it was like, it's just a normal word in Japanese. It's not like this. The word shade is a really creative idea of like mentioning, oh, this is a monster. But the word in Japanese is just mamono, which means evil spirit, right? It's just, and it's that same word, mamono. It's elsewhere. It's in other games we play too. But basically, it's always translated in this really creative way in these English games that we play.
Yeah. And
they never say what the word actually would be in Japan. And I was critical, I think in Nier, I was a little bit critical about the fact that they use, what was it, like the word for like grimoire vice, right?
Oh, right.
Just in Japanese, it just means white book.
Yes.
Right, but then we come up with grimoire in English. It's like, oh, we take out this word and then a different language or whatever. But in Japanese, it's white book. And then the enemies are just, well, in Final Fantasy X, we call them fiends, right? But I'm realizing something that maybe I was a little too critical back in our Nier podcast, because the word mamono in Japan, while it does mean evil spirit or demon just in general, it doesn't conjure the same imagery in the Western mind as it does in Japan.
Sure.
What a demon or an evil spirit is in Japan isn't like this see-through ghost kind of thing that we think of here, or this like devil with horns or whatever.
Or that Titus thinks of when he's like, wait a minute, and he's like, for a second before they go into the far plane, remember, it turns dark, he just sees those like ghost things, and he's like, what are you, imagining Waka.
Exactly.
System. Yeah.
Exactly. It's not. So the way a Japanese person would think when they hear mamono is like the Japanese, the yokai, the
Spirit of a thing.
yeah,
Right.
but it's a demon spirit, but it's an actual manifestation of a physical body. Generally speaking, they don't have feet, by the way. An evil spirit in Japanese, the way you can tell it's an evil spirit isn't through the ghostly stuff like here in the West. You look at their feet and see if they're standing on the ground. Do you remember the movie The Eye?
Yes.
By the way,
Where he's
remember
floating.
yes, that's part of it where she's
Okay.
freaked out, not just because she's there, but she looks down and sees. I can't remember if she was in the air or if she didn't have feet, but either way, that's the idea there. Okay. That's a lot of words to say that word actually, it makes sense that they don't just translate it so straight into English and why they just leave it as just the normal word in Japanese.
Yeah.
Because that's the right word in Japanese. They think of this kind of fiends or shades or whatever. They think of something a little bit more along the lines of the enemies in video games when we talk about, the mamono in Japan. Whereas in Western countries, we think of a demon and we're just like, I don't know, it just doesn't work the same. It just feels different. It feels a little too different.
It's a different
so you got to
cultural
creatively
context.
kind of make a new word, that
Yeah.
can describe what they are. That's not what the Japanese word is. But
Yeah. So just a couple things I wanted to point out there about the far plane that are important to remember.
'Kay.
So when people die in this world, they need to be sent to the far plane by a
Yes.
summoner or a sender, right? That's one way that the souls get there.
Mm-hmm.
The other way is if the person accepted their death in life.
Yeah.
So they had already accepted death before they died. This will be important in just a minute.
pretty soon.
But also, those who are not sent or who have this really important purpose they feel
It's
is
an
left
attachment.
unfulfilled or an
Yes.
attachment to the world
Yes,
can
yes.
stay in the world,
Yeah.
okay, as fiends. So that's kind of the way the mythology of this world and the far plane works. So they have access to the far plane through a projection here in Guadalsalam. There's like
Yeah.
a way that you can visit the far plane and speak to the souls of the dead. Now, what Machen brings up in this conversation with him is that there is some contention. The Al-Bed have a different view
Oh yeah.
on
Yes.
what you're really seeing when you go there.
Yes,
The
exactly.
Al-Bed don't believe that it's actually the souls of the dead in the far plane.
Yes.
They believe that fireflies go there, but that they react to the memories
Yeah.
of the people. So when you're there and you're thinking about a loved one you've lost, that the fireflies will just sort of project the image of that person from your memory
you
to
have,
you.
yes.
But it's not really the person's soul.
So in that sense, you would be going up and talking to somebody, and you're basically talking to yourself.
Yes.
You're having a conversation with
your
yourself,
thought of what that
but
person
you can
is.
see the projection talking back to you.
Yes.
And that may be helpful.
In fact, I even wonder if they do talk because they never show that. It's
Yeah,
always like
that's a good point.
it's always Waka talking to Chapu, but Chapu just kind of stands there.
Yeah, he doesn't talk back.
And like same with Yuna's parents and like
Yeah,
that. Anyways, I'm
Yeah,
not saying
yeah.
that is the case. It could be very well be the case. They
Yeah,
just didn't
that's what
animate
Riku
that
says.
in the game or whatever.
Right.
But that's the what's the word I'm looking for? That's the impression I got.
No.
Was like it's just this image of the person, and then they just sit there talking to a projection, basically.
Yeah.
Whether they talk back, I'm actually not entirely sure. But I know that Yuna does say, "I'm going to go talk to my father in the far plane to like get some advice." So like maybe they do, but at least it doesn't show that happening at any point during the playthrough we've done so far.
Gotcha.
Anyways,
Basically, what you're doing is you're walking into the far plane. We're skipping over a huge
we'll go
thing.
back to it.
What you're doing, you're walking in there and you are summoning
yes,
a person.
it's
right?
like from your
It's a summon.
memory or your dream, right?
Yes.
It's like you're summoning
and
the
you use your mental
fireflies.
powers, and the fireflies will make real
Yes.
your
Yes.
summon.
That's
right?
exactly right.
Yeah.
The last thing that Machen says there, right, is the thing about the Al-Bed theory that is so suspect is that they never, when people go to the far plane, it's only dead people that ever get projected. If you're having a memory of a person who's alive,
yeah, that's
they
the weird
don't
part.
appear.
See, and that's the part that maybe the Al-Bed theory doesn't.
Yes, that might not be correct
right.
at all.
There's something real here. It may not be completely real, but there is something real. Because if it's only internal, some idea that just gets projected back to you from your own internal heart or mind, then there shouldn't be any issue with showing you somebody who already exists, who's still alive, right? So there's some type of conflict there.
Yeah. So this is something that this team is, they do on purpose. They leave certain points of lore vague on purpose in order to get fans talking and debating about, oh, what about this, and creating like theory crafting. They really like fans to do that. And that's really kind of carried on in the games they've done after this in particular. So it'll be nice to see what people's theories and thoughts are on this particular issue, whether the far plane does have actual souls or whether they're just projecting memories. In the comments, we will read those, probably 2 podcasts after this, and kind of see what people think on that. But they purposely create like a conflict between the 2 points of view on this, and they don't answer the question.
No.
Right?
Yeah, that's
so. True. Anyways, they kind of do that a lot in this game. But okay. Now that we understand what it is, before you even go there, you go to see Seymour first in his manor. And when you enter into the room, they make a point, when you talk to Lulu, to once again bring up the fact that Seymour is half human, half Guado.
Yeah.
His father, Jiskel, was the last leader of the Guado. Married a human woman because his entire sort of goal was to bridge this gap between the 2 races and to bring them back together. And in addition to marrying a human woman and having a half-human son, he also brought the religion of Yevon to the Guado.
Yeah, this is interesting. The Guado used to not be involved in Yevon.
Yeah.
Until extremely recently.
Yeah, Jiskel was the one who did it. And this is why Waka in particular really reveres Jiskel. Because they're talking about how great he is when Trommel kind of comes back in. And they're talking about how he died recently, and it's very, tragic. Right. And Yuna's sharing like her, feelings about him. And so Titus is like, was he really that great of a guy? Like, who was this guy, right? And he's like, oh, Waka says he brought Yevon to the Guado, and he was a great man because of this. So that was Jiskel's whole deal. He was trying to like repair relations, or maybe not repair, but strengthen relations between human and Guado. And his way of doing that was, 1, to marry a human woman, have a half-human son, and to also bring their religion to his people.
Which is totally a thing, by the way.
Yeah, totally.
Like, this is, I can't remember who it was. Many of the ancient medieval leaders and the Romans and Constantinople and all around, it would be, they would marry somebody, or their wife would convert to Christianity or something like that. And then, before long, they've converted, and then they bring in everybody afterwards, right? But it's like a half-half kind of thing at first that then eventually becomes, the whole thing. It's kind of interesting.
Also, a couple other things I took down as notes. Titus kind of laughs as Lulu is offering explanation about Guado Salam and how there aren't any temples here, and that summoners usually just pass through and they don't spend a lot of time here because there's no temples. Because he's like, you're explaining things to me and I didn't even ask a question. Like,
yes, that's fascinating.
She's just offering up, and she did this too when we met Keenock. She started explaining who Keenock was to him before he asked any questions about it. So she's starting, and I really liked Titus's response to this, because she's like, oh, would you rather I not do that? He's like, no, that's not it. Maybe you finally believe that I don't know anything about Spira. So this is...
She's not as suspicious of him.
Yes, and remember back in Kilika, we had been talking about how maybe there's 2 ways to look at this. She being suspicious of him as, I don't believe you, that you don't know this stuff, and you have some ulterior motive for pursuing Yuna or whatever, and I don't trust you, being one thing. The other being you're not competent, and
you're just
kind of dumb, and I don't like you.
Not very
It
smart.
seems that this seems to make it clear, at least, that she was very suspicious about him. She didn't believe that he was telling the truth, that he had some other reason for being there. So he's saying, maybe you finally believe me that I don't know anything about Spira, and maybe that means you believe me about Xanarkand too. And she says, well, There are many things I do not know. Your Xanarkand is one of those things. I suppose I can't say what I think either way. Still, be careful. You shouldn't let other people, you shouldn't tell other people.
Right.
He's like, okay, yeah. Also, you talk to Aaron here, and he's sharing his suspicions of Seymour. And Kimari does too. And it's kind of playing creepy music while you're here. So there's kind of a lingering foreshadowing of Seymour.
And you're in this like banquet hall with all this food.
Yeah.
And all the drapes and everything.
Yeah, so he's like, stay on guard. And Titus is like, why? This guy's just a priest, right? And Aaron says, those with power use that power. Maesters have power. And I love Titus's response to this. He's like the person who challenges everyone's thinking, right? Now, so far, that's always been in regards to what Yevon's teachings are.
Yes, yes.
Aaron is clearly not in line with Yevon's teachings anymore.
Right.
He has problems with Keenock and the Maesters, and he's warning him to beware. And he was in Xanarkand for 10 years, right? So Titus, even though he has already said in his inner monologue he does not like Seymour, challenges the reason why Aaron is suspicious of him. He's like, Maesters have power, and he's going to use that power. And Titus says, what? Or wait, are you sure you don't have something against Yevon?
Right. He's just checking everybody,
Yeah,
just making sure.
It's really telling about the kind of character he is that he would do that when he already doesn't really believe in this stuff.
It's like he doesn't have a specific grudge against Yevon. He's just questioning everything everyone's doing.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's just interested in the truth.
Yes.
That's it.
Yes, yes. Yeah.
And even though he's been questioning Yevon the whole time, he's now questioning whether Oren questions Yevon and whether that's justified.
I like that. I didn't think of it that way. I like that though. That's cool.
I like that little touch of his character. He doesn't have like necessarily a bias.
Yeah.
I mean, everyone has a bias, but like he's as the least biased person in this game, I would say.
Yes. It's just that everyone around him praises Yevon all the time. So he naturally kind of takes the oppositional position to that.
Right.
But when somebody else moves in the other direction, he's kind of pulling them back.
Yeah,
That's so funny. That's so funny.
So he's even doing that to Aaron here. And Aaron chuckles at him. I lived in a long time in Xanarkand was his response to that. So it's like, that's the reason why I
10 years in the modern godless society.
Yeah,
and
that's why I don't necessarily have a thing for Yevon anymore, right?
There you go.
So that's a nice little conversation.
Yeah, I like that.
Okay, now, Trommel comes in. We kind of went over that. This is where Seymour decides he's going to show everybody his sick holodeck.
Yeah, unbelievable, dude. Yeah, that was pretty cool. That was pretty cool. Now, I just don't get how it works, but I don't know that it's that important to linger on it.
He does explain it.
How the ground...
Oh, that part, yes.
Now I get what they're saying, but I just don't get how he just. I mean, could he do that anywhere?
It gave me some vibes of like Bugenhagen's astral hologram in Final Fantasy VII, where he like lifts you up into the thing and like shows you.
And all of a sudden, but at least it's like a dark room.
Yeah, and it shows you the mechanism that lifts you up into the dome.
With this one, it's like it's an illusion. I get it, but still. He could. That's powerful illusion.
Yeah, I don't know if he's summoning or if it's, I don't know, something built into the room. But anyways, they go and they look at Xanarkand as it was 1,000 years ago. And he explains how this is possible, like how they're seeing it. He says, this sphere is a reconstruction created from the thoughts of the dead that wander the far plane. So he's using a sphere for this. That's how it's being projected.
I gotcha.
The great and wondrous Machina city Xanarkand. Sorry, I skipped this part. Oh, no. The sphere is a reconstruction created from the thoughts of the dead that wander the far plane. So they are able to recreate in the sphere what Xanarkand looked like because they have access to the far plane and the dead people who lived in Xanarkand 1,000 years ago give them the ability to show what it looked like.
And they can summon it.
I'm sure fireflies are involved somehow.
Yeah.
Fireflies and spheres and a bunch of things are kind of like all related.
I did write this down. There's a reason why the far plane place projection location is here in Guadosalam. The trees and the nature and the way everything works, it seems like that's kind of attracts the fireflies. Yes. And that they're around this place. This place is a special conduit for that type of connection.
So he goes on to say, the great and wondrous Machina city Xanarkand, she once lived in this metropolis. And so they're like, who are you talking about? And then we see a projection of Unileska and Lord Zaon. who apparently lived in that time, 1,000 years ago. She was the first. He mentions that she was the first summoner to defeat sin.
Yep.
And that Una inherited her name. So her name was Unaleska. Her name was Una. She was named after Unaleska. And Seymour goes on to talk about the bond of love between Unaleska and Xeon, that was an important element of how they were able to defeat sin.
Yep, this is his pitch.
Yes.
He's building up.
Yes, and this is when he asks her to marry him. I like the way they do this. Because he sort of like leans over and whispers it, and you just see her reaction.
She gets so flush and so nervous, and it's so
She
funny.
just reacts to it, and it's like, whoa, what's going on? And then she tells everyone, well, he asked me to marry him, right? And I like how Aaron steps in here to question this. Like, you understand what she has to do. This is like, I don't know, the 12th time they've said this at this point. Yeah. And Seymour's like, of course I do, right? But like, this is a way of like uniting or bringing the people of spirit together.
Right.
Probably a good like real world analogy to this would be like royal weddings in England or something like that. Like people just get excited about royal weddings for some reason. Yes. I've never understood it. I guess celebrity weddings and gossip
they're basically
in the United States.
The celebrities,
Yeah.
Those chosen by God to rule over them.
Yeah.
And they're getting married.
So it makes people happy, and the idea is that, let's get married. You'll become a leader to the people of spirit in this way. This is not going to stop you from going on your pilgrimage, obviously that you're still going to do that. Yeah. But this is just be another way of sort of, bringing people together, making people happy. And Aaron says, a moment's diversion may amuse an audience, but it changes nothing. And the response to that from Seymour, even so, the actors must play their parts. So I took that down in particular because this was dialogue like we talked about in Vagrant Story, where one person brings up an analogy and another person kind of plays off of that analogy.
It's a sign of intelligence if you can play off an analogy.
Which is called a conceit in playwriting, right?
Yeah.
And so, just wanted to point that out. It's kind of a nice, really short, just one line from each conceit.
But I love that you just brought up, because you mentioned celebrities getting married, but then he just referred to themselves as actors.
Basically, yes.
Right?
Yes.
So it's like, well, that's the connection right there.
Yeah, we got to play our part, right?
Yeah, we're all actors, and we got to play the part.
Seymour gives Una time to think it over.
Yeah.
And then this part.
I know, dude.
This part's really interesting.
Oh, it's fascinating.
And it actually makes me wonder what I thought of this the first time I played it. And I cannot remember for the life of me.
I don't remember, but it's anyways, we probably shouldn't talk about it too much.
Yes. Well, what happens is Seymour's kind of turning to walk away. And then he stops for a second as Aaron is leaving and says, I beg your pardon, Sir Aaron. Or sorry, before that, he basically questions why he's still here. Like, Sir Aaron, like, why are you still here?
Why are you still here?
Something like that, right? Yeah. And then he says, I beg your pardon, we Guado are keen to the scent of the far point.
Yeah. And the best part is that Titus is right? He talk about actors playing their part or whatever.
Yeah.
Like, he's not even an actor, but he's playing his part. So the part of the fool, right? So perfectly. He walks up and
starts
sniffs Aaron. Or just
pushes him out of the way. That was great.
Oh, it's so funny.
That was really great.
But really so there's some foreshadowing there, but to what? Who knows?
Yeah.
I certainly don't know.
I wonder how much I did know the first time I played based on that.
Oh, I love it.
Anyway.
Real quick, I got to mention that the Unaleska and Zaum, Unaleska is wearing basically nothing, and Zaum is dressed head to toe in as many heavy clothes as he could find.
Yeah.
Right? These are the characters that appear opposite each other as statues in the temple.
Yes.
This is the first time we've kind of seen them together, I think.
Yeah.
And these are the statues. In every temple, you see those big statues that I keep bringing up each time we go to a temple. Mm-hmm. This is the first time we're seeing them here.
Yep, those are the people. Okay, outside the manor, Titus is really surprised as they're kind of discussing what Una wants to do about this marriage, and that nobody brings up whether or not she even likes him.
I know. Titus is upset about that. Yeah.
Like, no one's going to bring this up. No one's going to ask her if she loves it or even likes this guy as like a factor in deciding.
It's a foregone conclusion. She does not. She doesn't know him at all.
Yeah, but why are we still considering this, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Apparently in Xanarkin in his time, prearranged marriages were not a thing. probably would have been more similar to our modern ideas about marriage for love, that kind of thing, right? So he's not getting it.
Exactly, yeah.
She vows either way that she's still going to finish the pilgrimage, though, right? Like she's not gonna, because I think Riku brings that up. Like you could just quit your pilgrimage and just get married, and she's like, no, I'm not doing that, right?
Right.
But then she's like, I'm going to talk to my father in the far plane and see if I can get some advice on what I should do. So that's the reason they end up going to the far plane in the first place.
Yeah.
As you kind of pull up to the place where there's kind of like a liquidy sort of mirror-like thing you pass through in order to go into.
I love how it's like right there, by the way. It's like, we should go consult the far plane.
Just
right
walk
next door.
around the corner. Yeah, right there in Guadalcanal. He's asking about like, wait a minute, like, and I think this is one of the.
I could do it too. Be nice. I don't care how much you bite me. I'm still cutting your nails. You like to scratch? Look at this. You like scratching? Here we go. Now you get your nails cut. No, I don't care. Now you get your nails cut. You're fine. Yeah, I know. But now, since you want to keep scratching and scratching and scratching, this is what we're gonna do. I could do it too. Be nice. I know how to hiss just like you. Yeah. I could do it too. Go.
everyone. Welcome to
Bye.